Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey there, hi there, ho there. Hey, it is Ralph Hayes, Edward Hayes Jr., Ralph Edward Hayes Jr., Reality Check Live, coming to you live over the internet through the system of tubes called YouTube, a substitution for the boob tube. Wishing you all a happy Black Friday, and welcoming you once again to another broadcast of my little malaria on the internet, Spleen Squeezins. One, two, three, four. Two, da, 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 da. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, I need more animated GIFs for my opening. I really do, I've been using these, and I like them, but they're getting kind of old. They were old. They are old. I've tried to find these animated GIF websites, but they're a pain in the butt to browse. Let me tell you. Oh. Oh, that was nasty. Ugh. Okay. Okay, waiting for this to wait. I'm waiting for everything to get up to speed. Hamsters 1 through 5 haven't climbed up onto the wheel yet. You know how it is. I swear, I swear, nothing should warm up anymore. Okay, it's the 21st century. Nothing should require warming up, unless it's a TV dinner in a microwave. By the way, that whole thing about warming up your car before driving it. That's a little outdated. Originally, you did that because the oil they used in the engines way back in the days of yore needed to warm up before it was actually effective. But with the synthetics they have now, and the advances they made in those regards, you don't need to worry so much. Of course, you may want to let your car heat up anyway. Let your car warm up so that the inside of the car is warm. But for this, for the engine, not so much. Of course, it's your vehicle. You know it better than anybody else does. So just go with what you know. That was our advice for the today. I stutter. I've never realized how much I stutter, or how badly I stutter, or how I stumble over words so much. It's kind of embarrassing. Got this ad in the paper. Got it in the mail, rather. In the mail. I don't order a newspaper, so they have to sneak in and stuff my mailbox full of this stuff. Oh, there's this one pizza place that's downtown. Quality pizza and service since 1976. It's called the Original Pizza Place, and they have this absolutely huge ass Sicilian pizza. Just pepperoni and cheese, but man, it looks good. Anything looks good right now, of course. But it looks good. It looks really good, and I looked at the prices online. They sent me coupons and stuff, sort of, as free delivery on any order over $12, $2 off of cheesy bread. And I'm looking at these huge Sicilian pizzas, and I'm looking at the price. It's something like $20 for a large, and I'm like, oh, good night. I'll stick with Smitty's. Smitty's, they're not the. I'm sure there are other pizza places that make better pizza, but I'm sorry, I'll stick with Smitty's and with Papa John's. Papa John's, largely because Papa John's gives you point rewards, and I need all the money help I can get. But anyway, and once again, the stupid stream is stalling out. I'm sorry, folks. There's only so much I can do at this end. YouTube apparently considers customer service to be job 0. If you're out there, please tune in. Please say something. I'm so lonely. Okay, I decided, I said last week, I said that I was going to do, I did a broadcast on Tuesday. I did a broadcast on Tuesday and said I was going to do another one on Wednesday. But then I slept through Wednesday. I'm not kidding you. You just could not wake up. Slept through it. By the time I woke up, it was 2 in the morning on Thanksgiving Day. And, of course, I skipped doing a broadcast on Thanksgiving Day because it was Thanksgiving Day. Not that I went anywhere or had any Thanksgiving dinner or anything like that. It was just, I figure this time, Thanksgiving, you're going to be too busy recovering from the food coma to be watching my show. But, video output low. YouTube is not receiving enough, you whiny bitches. It is not my fault. Pardon my language, but really, I'm so sick of this. I'm so sick of dealing with the low output excuse from YouTube. Somebody somewhere is responsible for this, and it's not me. It is not me that is screwing up the live stream, because doggone it, I've just went down the line, checked everything, did everything according to how it's supposed to be done, and they're still giving me crap. Look, if you design a service and you set it up so that it cannot work with the current technology, downgrade it a little. I get so sick of these people that they make these new computer games, and you practically need God's desktop to run them. Now, maybe it hasn't occurred to these a-holes, but not everybody can go out and buy a new computer at the drop of a hat. That's what you may remember the debacle with the debut of Diablo Infinite. The guy standing up there at the counter, they booed him because they were mad. They booed him because they'd been waiting for the desktop sequel, and they decided, we're not going to do a desktop. We're not planning on doing anything for the desktop at this time. He told them that. Dumb move. And they were going, pitching everything into this mobile computer. The mobile, just put it on your cell phone. Because everybody loves to squint at a teeny tiny little screen to play the next game in an epic saga. Jerks. But anyway, he's standing up there and they boo. He says, "What? You don't have a phone?" Well, as a matter of fact, no, I don't, a-hole. No, I do not have a smartphone. I barely even have a dumb phone. The vast majority of people do not work for million-dollar startups making computer games. The vast majority of people do not have 6- or 7-figure incomes for disappointing for customers. Jackass. You get these people. It's what happens. You get these people. They get rarefied. The higher up the office building they go, the rarer the air gets, and the further away they get from the very people that they're supposed to be making products for. I remember they showed footage once of a bunch of every now and then you'll see a politician, they'll go out and they'll do something, like they'll eat at a social picnic, or they'll go to a grocery store or something. I mean, they're like Tarzan finding other human beings for the first time. I swear. You watch them; they're like aliens trying to figure out. One guy's standing there in line. He's got no clue what it's like to stand in line for a grocery checkout, and it's obvious. He's standing there with his card in his hand, just this concussed look on his face. These people have lived in Hollywood. You got the people the corporate executives and the Hollywood types and the people in banks and the people in the government. They haven't had to go out and buy anything for themselves in decades. They have people that do that. Gets delivered to their front door. When's the last time Rush Limbaugh stopped in for a hot dog at a hot dog stand? You know what I'm saying? When's the last time that the when's the last time the Clintons or the Obamas actually had to go to a Burger King and not just for a photo op? When's the last time any of these people had to use an automated teller? So they're clueless. They don't know. They don't understand. For them, they cannot possibly understand the needs of the average American person. My income, my annual income, is their weekly throwaway budget. You got these people in Hollywood. I mean, they spend more on a suit or a dress than my annual income. Think about that. Than your annual income. Well, maybe two dresses or suits if it's your income, but they haven't got a clue what it's like to be us, and they haven't had it for years, decades, possibly centuries. This is why politicians. This is why you need mandatory term limits. There are people who have been in Congress longer than I've been alive. They haven't had to work for a living in longer than since before I stopped breastfeeding. If ever, and it's wrong. It's not the way it's supposed to be. The idea is that the Congress people were supposed to be representatives of the people from their home communities. That they were supposed to live in the state and in the region that they lived in, and then come here, or come to Washington, D.C., to represent the interests of the people in that area. Spend a certain amount of time legislating, or whatever, and then go back home. These people haven't visited their so-called home in longer than most of our lifespans. I don't want a congressman who doesn't know how to use an automated checkout counter. I want one that knows how to run a cash register. You know what I'm saying? I want one who knows what it's like to live on ramen for 2 or 3 weeks. I want them to have a vivid memory of it. That's too. I'm a little tired. My mom called a little while ago. She was checking up on me. And, oh, you're sure you're everything okay? Yeah, yeah, mom, I'm fine, I'm fine. And of course, instead, like a dummy, instead of asking, mom, could you wire me, like 20 or 30 bucks, or something like that. Just I said, no, 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 I'm fine, I'm fine. I've got plenty of food. It's all canned soup and pasta noodles. Basically, it really much is. Uh, and it's ramen. Basically, is what I've got. I've got ramen. I've got a box of ramen. I've got some macaroni and cheese. Mix stuff. And I got like cans of soup, tomato, cream of chicken, cream of mushroom, chicken noodle, and I've got like 4 cans of Chef Boyardee SpaghettiOs. Well, not SpaghettiOs, spaghetti. I'm gonna in a minute or two. I'm gonna go and pop a can in the microwave and you know, so because I'm hungry, I haven't eaten. Okay, the thing is, I found cornmeal. I'm out of flour, but I'm like, hey, I forgot I had a canister of cornmeal. And I decided to make corn cakes. I had a couple of I had an egg left and threw some egg and flour, egg and cornmeal and stuff, and bleh, cooked it up, and it ugh, it was filling in the same way that spackle fills things in. I don't think I derived any nutrition at all from it. I think it's running through my system. It's just uh, it's just that cornmeal is at least, it's been sitting in that canister for I don't know how long. It wasn't rotten or anything, but I mean, it takes forever for flour or cornmeal to go bad. But I think it's just basically gone stale. So I'm sitting here with like stale cornmeal in my gut. Debating on whether I want to try and have a can of chicken broth with noodles rimming the edge, or maybe a can of spaghetti sauce with noodles rimming the edge. Let's be honest, they don't put hardly any noodles in. So what I've been doing is I've been cooking up noodles and throwing the can of Chef Boyardee in on top. It still tastes awful, but there's more noodles that way. It's not like trying to eat a can of spaghetti sauce. The good news is, finally, good news. I finally found a grocery store, a local grocery store that delivers. It's a local Warren's IGA, Warren Shopping Center IGA. They deliver for $10. They'll deliver a load of groceries. You have to call in before 10 in the morning, for the best service, because they say they get kind of swamped in the middle of the day. But get for $10, they'll ship it. You call your order in the morning, And in the afternoon, they'll show up at your front door with your groceries. And I'm like, yay. And so now all I have to do is wait to have some grocery money. I know, in case you were wondering, the money, that I made this week, I had a couple people commission me for, commissions, and that money basically I held on to as long as I could, trying to get hold of somebody to, run to the store for me, but no luck. So I ended up having a. Basically this month I had to spend my grocery money on fast food, and it's humiliating. It's embarrassing because you feel like a pig, you feel like a slob and a pig. When you resort to fast food all the time. What I spent on fast food, I could have stocked my larder again. But because I couldn't get to the store, anyway, I'm saying I've got. Let's see, I've got about $4 in change here in this little cup. I've got $4 in my bank account and $1 in my PayPal account, and my Patreon donations don't turn over until the 1st of December. So it's a little bit of a wait. And even then, I gotta wait, So, if you're interested in commissioning a drawing, now would be a really good time. Thank you. Okay, anyway, but at least I finally found a grocery store that delivers in this area. And they will deliver to me. Thank God. All I have to do is wait until I have some money so I can call them up and tell them to bring me some groceries. Here's somebody outside. Just a moment. Just a moment. Oh. Well, it was my imagination. Just somebody out, kids playing out in the street or something. It's an unduly warm day today. It's about 50 or 60 degrees. Anyway, the good thing is they charge $10 to do the delivery. They charge $10 to do the delivery, but I was paying the girl $20 to do the grocery shopping. So that's nice. I wouldn't shoo kids off my lawn. I wouldn't. I wouldn't be like, hey, get off my lawn. I'd be like, hey, mow my lawn. Yeah. Like I was saying, my mom called me a little while ago to check up on me, and She's like, "Are you sure you got everything? Are you okay? Are you fine? Are you doing okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, yeah." And you were saying you were running low on food. Are you out of food? Can we just... And oh no, I'm knee jerk reaction. Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I've got I've got canned goods and some pasta and stuff. She said, "Okay." And if I'd have been smart, I would have, that's the point I would have asked. Could could I borrow a few bucks? Of course, I've borrowed bucks from them before and never been able to pay them back. I already owe them. I don't like doing that. And plus, if I'd asked, next thing I know, they would have been at the front door of my festering cesspit of a house. And they'd be here to help. And that awkward doesn't begin to describe it. So I'm just knee jerk bachelor reaction. No, 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 I'm fine, Mom. I'm fine. No, no, I don't need nothing. No. Okay, bye. Click. I'm not about to call her back. I'm not about to. No. I'm just gonna wait. I just want to wait because I do, in fact, have technically have food here. I've got ramen and well, I have beans and then again the rice and the beans are as old as the flour was that I had to throw out. But I've got like canned soup, so all I can think about is food anymore. It's worse than being on a diet. You ever been around somebody who's on a diet? Somebody who started a diet and exercise program, that is all they can talk about. That's all they can think about. That's because I've been there. I've a couple of times in my past. When I was younger, I tried to slim down, and man, all I could talk about, all I could think about, all I could dwell on was the diet and exercise program. I'm doing this, and this has so many calories and that has so many calories, and it was so frustrating. You normally you're hungry, you get something to eat. Boom, done. But if you're on a diet, it doesn't matter what kind of diet, you gotta check the packaging, and you're comparing and side by siding and deal mealing and it turns into there are religions that are less involved. My friend of mine, Daniel Meyer, he's been he lost all that weight, and he's been just fighting it to get his weight down. Turns out, surprise, surprise, he's got a condition called Hashimoto's. It's a glandular condition. It has something to do with the thyroid. Screws up the metabolism, makes it just packs on the weight. And he pointed out, okay, the doctor he's talking to, he pointed out, the previous doctors, he'd tell him how active he was, and they would say, oh no, they wouldn't believe him. He'd tell them what he was eating, they wouldn't believe him. And to top it all off, the doctor, she said, normally we check for Hashimoto's. It's a not we check for this condition, but your father didn't have that problem. Your father doesn't have that problem, so it's hereditary, so we didn't really look at it. And he pointed out, he said, well, that's interesting because in every single medical record since I was an infant, it says that I was adopted. I'm like, What can you say? What can you when for all the good the medical community does, man, when they are off their game, they are off their game, you know? What can you do, you know? All right. Okay, we got 2 people watching now. Okay, we got Anthrozil Warrior 3. And we've got Anonymous Person. Okay, Anonymous Person. We are going to taunt you silently until you speak up and say something. It's what we call a hobby. You know, usually when I eat, under normal circumstances, when I eat Chef Boyardee, I usually have some bread to sop up all the extra spaghetti sauce they throw in. I've noticed that they put they put more and more sauce in there and less of everything else. It is the pasta I've got over there, the canned pasta, the canned spaghetti from Chef Boyardee spaghetti. It's almost soup. It's practically soup. I'm sitting there, I'm hungry, and I'm and the debate is between sitting here and being hungry, and sitting here and going in there and fixing up something that's going to make me feel awful. It's going to taste bad, and it's going to feed, and it's probably going to make my stomach act up, and it's not going to it's not going to give me the it's just not going to make me a happy camper, you know. Or I can sit here and bitch about it like a little, like a whiny little baby. That's an option too. That's option 3. Get to do all at once. Now, like I said, I've got $4 in coins here. In change in a little cup. Just pennies, nickels, and dimes from all over the place. Well, actually, I found a couple more. Hey, a nickel, and here's some pennies. So maybe I've got like $5. If I could get to a gas station, I could turn that into lunch. I'm a junk food animal. I swear I am. I must be. I've got bad teeth and fat. Got bad teeth. I'm an American. I live on monosodium glutamate. My bloodstream has artificial preservatives and colorings. Now, I'm asking, you ask yourself, look, Daniel Meyer, I am impressed with the man. In spite of having a gland condition, a medical condition that was just recently detected, in fact, in spite of, everything, piled against him, his age, and just being older makes it so much harder to lose weight. He managed to go from, size me to half the size he's one of those people who'd be on a Slim Fast commercial. and diet and exercise, and despite having to go to the doctor and having injuries and all this other stuff, he managed to slim down. And I'm like, just, let's hear for him. Doggone. And I'm asking myself, I've been sitting here asking myself, why don't I do that? Why don't I, knuckle down and do that? Because it's, call it a failing on my part. Call it a failing on my part, because I'd love to be slim, but I don't want it as much. I don't want it enough. I don't want it enough to take the uphill climb that it would involve. I mean, I've got. No, I don't know. I could make all sorts of excuses, but it just comes down to it. I don't want it enough. When I come home, well, I don't leave home, but when I'm going through the day, and I've been on the diet wagon before, and I've been on the diet and exercise wagon before, and it literally dominates you can literally dominate your entire life. And it would I'm one of these people that can't focus on more than one thing at a time. I'm scatterbrained, I'm all over the place, and for me to focus on it, being on on that, it requires you thinking about it constantly, constantly worrying about it, constantly thinking about it, constantly doing it, constantly. And I don't want, if I'm hungry, I don't want to sit there debating on spend the rest of my life debating on how many food points I've spent for the day, or whether what I want to eat is high carb or low carb, or any of a dozen other things. I want to, if I'm hungry, I want to get up, go to the refrigerator, make a sandwich, and eat it. I don't want to have to. I don't want to have to turn every holiday into a moral crisis. I don't want to have to, uh, fuss and fume and fuss and fume and fuss and fume and fuss and fume about everything I eat. I've been fortunate in that I am not diabetic. That I am in, despite my health, my various health conditions, my digestive tract is basically holding out. And I already have to worry about eating certain foods and giving myself heartburn or even acid reflux, and and worrying about what'll upset my stomach, or uh, what'll give me the scoots. So, well, maybe my digestive tract isn't doing as well as I'd like to think. But I'm already reached an age where I've already got to pick and choose carefully what I eat. Having another, having somebody else, after the dietitians got through, there would be nothing left for me to eat except kale. Okay, I see two people here. I see two people watching, but I see nobody commenting. Bitch at me, talk to me, yell at me, say something, say anything. It's lonely out here. Hello, Mr. Highland. How you doing? Good to see you. Let's see here. Trying to open up this program. I really I keep forgetting to look it up. My open broadcast software and my browser seem to have some sort of conflict going on, which may be half the reason that it may just be that I have too much software running on my computer. I don't know. But I think there's some sort of conflict between Firefox and OBS that is causing most of my broadcast troubles. Okay, we got 3 people in here. 3 people in the audience. Okay, speak up and say hey. That third person might be me. I don't know how this thing counts people. Ugh. Excuse me. Let's see. I'm going to look at it. Let's see. OBS, Firefox. OBS problems with Firefox. Yeah, there we go. It could be anything. None of these seem to be. None of these topics I've looked at. I tried to Google it, and nothing seems to be addressing it. Yeah. Oh. Ugh. Pardon me. Okay, finally got that page up. Now I need to think about things. I got a couple of commissions. Got a lot of commissions. I gotta do the commission. Okay. The bat guy, I think. I will do you a black and white commission for the price of a pizza. I'm dead serious here. If you can figure out how to send a pizza to me, I'll take it, yeah. But otherwise, for $20, I'll do a black and white drawing. I got a commission that was sent in. Get a Gmail. It's not the window. It's not the window either. There's the window. I'm trying to upload some. Sorry. Oh, happy Black Friday, everyone. All this talk about Black Friday chaos, give me a frickin' break. 90% of it is just the press running around breathlessly excited. You know, oh, it could be a slaughter. You know, they practically invented it themselves. They hype it up so that they can stand there like a bunch of vultures waiting for people to act terribly. And quite frankly, the the stats don't show that people aren't any more particularly horrible on Black Friday than any other day. Not nearly, if they are, not nearly as much as they're trying to make it out to be here. Let's see here. Commissions. Betty Adams. I gotta get another one of those. Tobias Brown has already been done. Completed, completed, completed. There we go. I've got way, let's see. It's yeah, Chris Windows, Kickstarter, Cougar, Oldwick. I gotta find the commission that I received. Ah, a reward commission. That's another thing I gotta. Kramer. Okay. Okay. Bad guy. Change canvas size. Okay. There we go. Alright, let's see here. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. 3 on each side. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, there's a little commission I got the other day. Bought me lunch 2 days ago. Speaking of which, if you're looking for a commission, now would be a really good time to do it because I'm hungry. How do the feet look? Feet, those little three toes, yes. Some people I won't, you think about it, that doesn't really make much sense. People that go to the beach, they go to the beach, they go into all the effort of putting on changing out of their clothes, putting in a swimsuit, and they go out, they lay out a blanket, and they're going to lie in the sun. They lay out a blanket, slather themselves in suntan oil, and then put a great big huge umbrella over themselves to keep the sun completely off them. I could do that at home. I could just lie on a blanket on my bed, which would be much softer and have less sand in it, and not get out in the sun naturally. Really think about it. Excuse me. Yeah, well, that's nice. This has been a stupid month. This has been a stupid month. I don't mind telling you all that it's been a stupid month. Because here I am, and because I didn't, I don't know. because I didn't arrange alternatives, because I didn't arrange alternatives early enough, I ended up going through this go through this nonsense. Thank Jesus that I had enough sense in the past to keep a fairly well stocked larder. Just, cans of stuff and baking stuff and stuff like that, and so when my ability to get when the girl that does my grocery shopping suddenly was unable to continue, I still had food to eat at least, for a while, and that sustained me. But I also ended up money that I would have much rather have frugally spent. Money that I would much rather have frugally spent on basic staples. I ended up spending in a way that I've always been taught is just extravagant. And that's and every time I caved and ordered something, I was thinking the entire time, I could get 3 times this amount of food if I could just get. So you people who got I'm embarrassed for myself here, and I figure you people have got to be exasperated with me. Okay, what am I looking for? I'm browsing through stuff and I forgot what I was looking for. Okay, I've lost my window. I've lost my window and I've lost my mind. Yes. Okay, talk back to me. Answer me. Talk to me. Tell me what you have to say about the matter. Or anything. Let's talk about anything. Okay, just Hello, Archangel Primal Core. We've got three people: Highland, Anthrozoa, and Archangel Primal Core. How y'all doing? As I was telling everybody earlier, good news. I finally found a grocery store in this area that delivers. I called them up, as please tell me that you deliver groceries, and they said yes, we deliver groceries. They charge $10, and they deliver groceries. And do they take credit card? Yes, they take credit card. And I'm like, yay! Now all I have to do is wait until I have some grocery money. So yeah, it's one of those things. You got to order early in the morning, and they'll get it to you in the afternoon. Hey, that's better than anybody else in the area. So now I'm pimping out here. You know, I'm looking to take more commissions, as many commissions as I can get, because I'm hungry. This is a commission that I got 2 days ago. Bought me lunch, and it basically bought me lunch, dinner, and so I'd kind of like to. Ah, darn it! I drew it on the wrong layer. Well, fudge. The new page of Tales of the Quest Store is up on the website. There we go. Ah, darn it! Did the music stop again? Here's something to think about. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Now, defense against the dark arts. In all the years that he was taught, there was one thing mentioning any actual defense against the dark arts. He was never he was taught exactly one spell, one that countered the forces of darkness, and that was the Patronus. That was it. He learned all about dangerous magical monsters and such, and how to avoid them. But he wasn't taught anything except that one spell about no actual defenses against the dark arts. And no, I don't count dueling and combat as defense against the dark arts, because those are defenses against anybody attacking you, period. It's not anything specifically to do with the dark arts. Are you following what I'm saying here? I mean, you look at most fantasy. You look at most fantasy works, whether you're talking games or books or movies. Or such. Let's look at Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons. You got the knights who learn. The paladins. They learn smite evil. And the priests, they learn turn undead. It makes any undead creature haul arse in the opposite direction. And you get spells for exorcising ghosts and for banishing demons and for hello, magic for defending against the dark arts. But in Harry Potter, squat, diddly squat, really. Even in the fan fiction, they aren't really most. I haven't seen a fan fiction yet where they were taught anything besides the Patronus that would qualify as a defense against mystical evil. They don't even have a spell They don't even have a spell for blocking things like curses and stuff. They don't. They just they don't. What they have is a magic force field that's also used to stop incoming blunt projectiles, but it just struck me. That's all. It's couldn't begin to tell you why it struck me as so. Not that it was why it struck me as particularly noticeable or notable or important. It just crossed my mind. sort of seem to be missing. Head's a little large. I'll have to work on that, fiddle with it a little bit. Let me tweak that just a little bit. Don't know how I ended up like that. The bat is a commission by somebody who I lost. It's a commission. Oh, is it by Kramer? By Charles Kramer. Yeah, let me check here. Was it a color or a black and white? I'll have to look that up. My going prices are $20 for a black and white drawing, $40 for a full color one. It's a little too muscly. I don't know. Supposed to be a cute and fluff, not cute and buff. I don't know. And no, I don't know why he's wearing lederhosen. Yeah, he's supposed to be wearing lederhosen. He will be wearing lederhosen in a minute. Yeah. I always kind of wondered what all this, the straps on the lederhosen were for. I've never asked because I really don't have the patience to listen to somebody explain it to me. I don't know. Some days it's difficult to get a smooth line down. Just wants to fight you all the way. Documents, commissions. You have to excuse me. Let's see. Come on. Save. Darn. There we go. Oh, there's certainly a market for people doing colorings. It's more than just filling in the colors, It's also adding things like coloring. It requires knowing something about color depth, uh, balance, how little things that you can do with color make an image pop. If you do a coloring job really bad, just picking the wrong colors can really ruin a picture. Turn it into a flat wall, almost. For instance, I'd have to pull out my textbooks, my old textbooks on color theory and such. One thing, for instance, one of the things that surprised me about how to indicate distance. For one thing, for instance, one of the things I mentioned this before about the atmosphere. The atmosphere adds a faint hint of blue to everything. It's the reason we have a blue sky. Is because the atmosphere is not 100% transparent. Not as much as we think it is. That's the reason that mountains in the distance look blue-gray. Is because of all that air in between you and the mountain. So if you make the color slightly lighter and add more blue as the objects are more distant, it increases the depth of the picture. Most online games they use it as sort of a fog effect. But you notice it's the objects in the distance fade into a blue background. There's also color theory about basic color contrasts. How to and when to use solid vivid colors and when to use muted pastels, that kind of thing. I mean, there are people who do their entire career is coloring things in, so to speak. That's what a colorist is. Especially in comic books, a colorist is somebody who adds the color to the comic book. I remember seeing an old issue of Marvel Comics. A Marvel comic. It had a calendar on the back cover. Special events that were happening that month, and it was cartoon. It was a cartoon drawn up calendar of that month. And there's one is the Green Hulk. He's back. Rawr. The Gray Hulk. He's here to stay. The Colorist. He's losing his mind. Well, books to recommend. None in particular. The one I used was just basically a textbook. It's probably over there somewhere in my bookshelf. Buried. Just look up color theory. You can probably find lots of websites. Pardon. There are probably lots of websites that give you at least some level of instruction in it. No sense spending money on a book when you can get it offline for free. Get the basics. Ow. Coinkadinkly, I'm taking his basically. I'm shaking the hat for commissions, donations, pledges, whatever. Commissions, because I'm hungry. And it is a long, long way to the end of the month. I finally found a grocery store that, like I said, delivers groceries. Now all I need is some grocery money and maybe some money to buy dinner tonight, so I don't have to wait until the morning to eat. I'm down to I'm down to like canned soups and pasta. Not can yeah, a couple of cans of pasta, but chipboard is it's reaching the point where my digestive tract is starting to rebel a bit. So if I can take in a couple more commissions, be able to get something to eat tonight, and then I'll be able to call IGA tomorrow and have them deliver me some basic staples. You know, bread, milk, meat. You know, the other necessities of life. It's my own. I should have been hunting months ago. I'd gotten used to the fact that Alethea was there to do the shopping for me, so I didn't have to worry about it much. And I'd pretty much given up the hunt for a place that delivered groceries. But surprise, surprise, my mom informed me that she had heard that the local IGA did grocery deliveries. And I called them up this morning, and yeah, they do. And this is after calling up all the other stores in the area trying to find someone that did. So I got that going for me, which is nice. I think what I'm looking for is absolution. Because this entire time, between I feel guilty as hell uh, for breaking down and trying to get by on takeout. Takeout places were the only people that would deliver. So, and here I am. Here's what I was talking about earlier. All I can talk about, all I can think about is food. and guilt. I feel bad about it too. There's nothing I can do to go back and makes me so mad, mad and frustrated because it bugs me when I'm not able to make better use. It bugs me when I'm not able to when I fail to be wise or frugal with my money, even when I'm in a situation where I don't have much choice. It's humiliating. Uh, your commissions were going to be next anyway. They needed to be. You got like four. Was it 4 or 5? I have to look up the commission. 4 of some sort of homunculi that you need drawn, as I recall. Swords went heavy on the weird side of sci-fi for that one. Uh, I think I missed a reference there. What are you talking about? I've been spelling your name Wild, W-I-L-D. You've got to spell W-I-L-E-D. Hmm. Stout ethnicity gnome. Hmm. I'm curious as to why you keep sending me this image of an octopus. Okay, just. Okay, let's see. With the fine, what doing? That didn't work well. And the music stopped again, didn't it? Doggone. Give me a second here. They're doing that more and more often, the jerks. Oh, there it is. It's real faint in the background. Just move it up to a next track. Oh my. Oh my. Yeah, a little cramp in my rib right there. A little stitch in my side. see. Uh, what kind of food can I eat? Well, pretty much anything. Mostly. It's tricky. Uh, well, I can, for instance, like normally pasta and, and marinara, that stuff doesn't give me much of a problem. But certain brands of it, oh my. I don't know what they did to Shep Boyardee, but I'm amazed he hasn't clawed his way up out of the grave to to avenge himself. Uh, uh, Sometimes it matters what time of day. If I eat something right before going to bed, really bad idea. That's one of the things you learn getting older. My usual recourse this past couple of weeks is just uh, well it the for instance Papa John's pizza. Their sauce for some reason is sweeter and not as spicy, so it doesn't give me as many troubles. Of course, I also uh, try this sometime. They have barbecue pizza with Papa John's. You go on, you make your own pizza. Just pick barbecue sauce instead of marinara, and uh, chicken or beef for topping. And they have a specialty pizza which is all the meats with barbecue sauce, but it's cheaper just to get yourself the one or two topping pizza and do it that way yourself. Don't ask me why. I don't know why they set it up that way. And then there's I'm trying to think specifically the things that you just really. I found out that cornmeal isn't my friend anymore. Found that out this morning. Of course, it may have just been the cornmeal I have has gone stale. I'm out of flour, right? I'm out of flour, and I'm like I've got like 2 or 3 eggs in the fridge, and I go, but I'm out of flour. I could make pancakes, right? And I go, but I'm out of flour. So, but then I remember, wait a minute, I've got cornmeal, and I haven't touched this cornmeal in since I put it up there. I put it in an airtight canister and just left it up on top of the fridge. And I pull it down. Oh boy, we're gonna make corn cakes. Because when I was a kid, once in a blue moon, my dad would make cornmeal pancakes. Of course, he used a lot. He used flour in cornmeal, I believe. But anyway, I had like half a scoop of flour left in the bottom of the can, so I threw that in too. And I got out the egg and I got out the cornmeal and I whipped it up and I ate it. But it was filling in the same way that plaster of Paris is filling. You know what I'm saying? It was like eating cement. It's, I threw in baking powder. It didn't get fluffy. It didn't get fluffy. It just bleh. But I ate them, doggone it. My dad, when I was young, he used to eat cereal in the middle of the day all the time. And what it was he had a hiatal hernia. He had a hiatal hernia is where the diaphragm pulls away from the esophagus, if I understand correctly. Thankfully, I've never had one. I've had two different kinds of hernia myself. And he would eat cereal. He would he also he had all sorts of stomach troubles. Having that hiatal hernia didn't help either. He didn't know that he had the hernia. That's the thing of it. And but well anyway, he would eat the cereal. He'd eat the cereal and the milk because it was for his stomach to settle his stomach. And me, little kid, sitting there, I was just me and my sister were just sitting there being just jealous as all get out because just eat, even cornflakes, even plain cornflakes or plain Cheerios, that was a treat in our household. That was a treat because my parents were convinced they could make a gallon of milk last a week between four people. You know. Oh, mercy. But anyway, oh man, you don't know the drama over that milk. But anyway, thing of it is, it turns out he found out years later. The doctors told him, "What do you do, to settle your stomach?" Oh, I drink a lot of milk and eat a little cereal and milk to settle my stomach. And it doesn't do that. It's the exact opposite of what you should do for his stomach condition. It's the exact opposite because just he had stomach troubles all the time and he couldn't figure out why. And well, surprise. Turned out he was lactose intolerant. There's times like that you go, okay, God, that wasn't funny. Ow! Darn. And no, where did I put the... Ah, there it is. Anyway. Like I was saying, breakfast cereal of any kind. I mean, just absolutely plain breakfast cereal was a treat in our household. We had it so rarely. And you can imagine what it was like, getting, trying to get the sugar frosted whatever. Oh, mercy. I swear, I just, really. And man, the drama over that milk. You'd never know that something that cut back then it was $1. You would never know that it cost $1 a gallon. You'd swear it cost like $50 a gallon and came in a gold, a gold cap bottle. We'd go and pour ourselves a bowl of cereal. Why did you use so much milk? Why didn't you leave any for me or your mother? And we try and leave milk, and then we put it. You know how that song and dance went. Everybody in the household, leave that last quarter-inch of milk in the bottom of the jug. There you go, Dad. Saving that for you. Then came that drama. Why didn't anybody leave that last little bit of milk in there? I'm serious. You couldn't win. Just could not win. I remember one time I poured myself a bowl of cereal, a bowl of cornflakes, and I poured way too much milk in by accident. And I'm panicked because I don't want to have my dad yelling at me again. In mortal terror, I go looking for a solution. I get the funnel out. I get the funnel out of the kitchen drawer, and I pour as much of my milk out of my bowl of cereal back into the jug that I could. And of course, you can imagine a couple of little cornflakes got in there on the way. And of course, Dad was the one to pick up the milk. And, who the heck down there that put cornflakes in the milk? And he's screaming, and what did you do? You just about tore my head off. Why did you do something so stupid? And Mom was standing there. What did you expect? It wasn't just milk either. I mean, I've been fit to be tied at him sometimes. I swear I have. Because I had to. I was staying with them for a while. I had to move back in because of things. And there was a bottle of soda, in the fridge, rather, and he got all drunk up. He never got any. I had a couple of glasses. Everybody had a couple of glasses, and he flipped out like I had spent the crown jewels. Why did you spend it? You didn't leave any for me. I got that. You didn't leave any for me, and you just drank it all up. And I'd been out on my own a while, and I damn well knew how much a 2-liter bottle of soda cost. 50 cents. 50 cents at the store that was not 2 blocks away. I just shut up, walked out the door, walked down to the grocery store, bought another one, came back, stuck it in the fridge, didn't tell him. I'm still mad at him for that. He'd do crap like that all the time. One time he came in with a box of strawberries, and he held it. Here, you want one? Want a couple? And I reach over there, and I'm trying to decide which one to pick. And he says, "Oh, you're looking to figure out which one is the biggest one again, aren't you?" What the heck? Remember one time He offered me, he did that too. There was another time we were sitting there. We had steak was pretty rare too. Pardon the pun. When I was a kid, you know, I think we did not have a variety menu. You know what I'm saying? The and then one day we had a couple of pieces of steak. We had some steak, and he cooked it up, and one was medium rare and one was well done. And he said, "Which one do you want? This one's medium rare, and this, And he goes on a big spiel about how this one's medium rare and this one's well done. And I'd never had rare meat before. And I looked at it and I thought, oh, well, I'll be honest, the rare one was a little bit larger, by like a quarter of a centimeter. Well, I thought, well, might as well, try something different. I'm hungry and like a little. I go for that. Yeah, figure. And he's like, yeah, it figures you went for the bigger one, didn't you? He flipped out. There was man, crap. I remember one time he had strawberries. I ate the last couple of strawberries. He flipped out over. I about had it that day. I just walked out the front door, walked out the street, walked down to the main road, walked out of town, walked all the way to the local farmers market. Well, it wasn't that far away, about like a quarter, not even a quarter mile from where we lived. I walked down there. I bought a box of strawberries. I bought a box of raspberries, and I think I bought like a box of blueberries too. And I brought them all back and stuck them in the fridge. And I just, enjoy your fruit. He was always doing stuff like that, and he wondered why. He was always wondering why I was so high strung, why I was so jittery around him, why. Sometimes I think that man got into the pastorate just so he could stand up in front of a bunch of people and tell them what was wrong with them and have them and force them to listen to him. He's the complainingest man I ever knew. Look, you think I'm a complainer? You think I'm a whiner? You think I'm a complainer? You think I'm a griper? You ain't met my dad. My mother could fix him bacon and eggs in the morning. She could, he'd fix 2 eggs, scramble one, and fry the other, and he'd complain that she'd fried the wrong one. He was that kind of. For the reason, he's gotten older, so he's slowed down a little, I guess. I don't know whether he's gotten wiser or whether he's just gotten tired like the rest of us. But I sat down to dinner with them not that long ago. It was a few months back. Well, more than a few months, way more than a few months back. But anyway, I sat down to dinner with him, and he starts talking about the food. And the first thing I realized, I'm not complaining. I think he was saying that the steak was tough or something. I'm not complaining about you, Mom. I'm not complaining. I didn't say a word. Saying anything around him was just an excuse for him to demand to respect my authority and start yelling about you for that. So you better believe we thought things. I sat there and I thought, Dad, the fact that you have to tell people when you're not complaining says everything in the world about how much you complain. I never understood him, and he was willing to just wreck everybody's mood, everybody's just he was a buzzkill. No matter how good anything was going. Uh, I swear his daughter got married. Uh, you know, and after the wedding and after the reception, they're driving me home, and he starts complaining about how something in the wedding went. The only kudos I'll give him is that he kept his mouth shut about it until after the wedding was over and after his daughter had left with her husband. Now, my brother-in-law, I don't think he speaks on the same wavelength as my dad. My brother-in-law is a cheery guy. He laughs real easy, giggles in fact, and he horses and just and I'm like, Dad, did you go out and get your stereotypical father-in-law card? Because what it was, I forget. There've been a lot of back and forth. My father used to be a photographer, professional photographer. He used to photograph weddings and things like that, and there had been some back and forth about whether or not Dad would do the photography for the wedding. And finally, my brother-in-law said, my brother-in-law to be at that point, sat Dad down and said, "Don't worry about." He was trying to tell my dad, "Don't worry about it. All we want from you is for you just to be there." And Dad took it as wrong as he possibly could. He took it. He just all they wanted me. He basically just said, "Sit down and shut up. We don't want nothing out of you." If there were two ways to take things, if there was a half dozen different ways to take something, he would search down the list until he found the worst one. I don't know how this got off talking about dinner to talking about my dad, but there you have it. Yeah, because, because he continually acted as if anybody else eating food or drinking liquid, within a 100-mile radius, it was a conspiracy to steal food out of his mouth. I love it. First couple times I've been, the first half a day that you visit him for you visit their house for a couple of days, and for the first day or so he forgets that you're family and treats you like a guest. I'll be like, mind if I get a drink? Oh, your family. Go on, just get something. You're thirsty. Just get something in the fridge. You know, just wait a few days and just be. Why did you drink that all up? You know, I was saving that. You'll have to excuse me, cause doggone, I got issues. I got issues. I think the reason that I like rare steak now. I only eat my steak rare now is because of that one instance. It's like, screw you, I'll eat my steak rare for the rest of my life if I have to prove my point. Mercy. I'm trying to pull an image up and get... Come on, computer, giddy up. Come on. Come on. Come on, computer, giddy up. He's just sitting here looking at me. I'm clicking on images and not getting nothing. Okay, orange, tan, and brown. All right. He didn't exactly have a good relationship with his father either. Of course, his father was an alcoholic. Enough said. So you can imagine. You can just imagine. Dad always said he was he's the nicest, kindest man you could ask for when he was sober. But when he got he was a mean drunk is what it was. Once he had a couple of bottles in him, that's all she wrote. is a hard thing. He converted. He became a Christian. Uh, in the last few weeks of his life, actually. My grandfather, my father's father. I think that eased my father's burden a lot when my grandfather passed away, knowing that. Nobody can hurt you quite like the people you love. That's what. That's really what got to me that one time. Realizing that he cared more about that, whether it was true or not. The way he was acting, you would conclude that he cared more about that 50-cent bottle of sugar water than he cared about me. They cared more about who got the biggest bite of steak. You tell me whether it was true or not. That hurt, you know. can't help wondering if half my food issues aren't from that, you know. I mean, when I was, you know, my, I screwed up my own life pretty darn good. On three different, I have had to move back in with family at least two or three times. Because I'd done things that were just cosmically stupid. With my life. I won't go into details about that, but oh my. I really do think all that petty nonsense that I was talking about earlier was just him. He didn't want to take me deliberately. He didn't want to take me to task for the other problems, but I don't know how quite to put it. Just transferring aggression, I suppose. He was strung out about how I couldn't seem to get my life together, but he didn't want to talk about that. So he'd freak out about things like bottles of soda. Since I get the general feeling that was the actual case. He was, I don't know, looking for an excuse to vent. I don't think he ever really quite understood me. He has always been, and always will be, to the day he dies, he's a Mr. Do-It-Yourself. Me, I'm more, please start the orange peel for me if you could. He doesn't understand me. He didn't understand that. And it drives him up a wall. I don't know. That's what I was looking for. All right. Beg your pardon. What is a decky type? Didn't think to ask that. Decky. Oh, a decky pillow. Uh-huh. Okay. I'll make note that if he wants, I can remove the color in the background. Change the... Oh, he wants a... I know what he wants. I figured that. I'd feel stupid. I didn't realize what a decky type. A decky type. Yeah. He wanted a picture that he could put on a pillow, is what it was. One of those big pillow thing. Forget the picture. I'd like a pillow like that. Nice big pillow, full body length. Hold on. Control. Oh, well, fudge. Hold on just a second. Somebody just dialed me and then hung up. He wanted a donkey type tool. He wanted a picture. Yeah. Hello? Someone there? I keep hearing things. Of course, this house creaks and groans almost as much as I do. Let's see here. Left dashboard. You like the background? Okay, I'll put the background back in. I need to put the umbrella back in. Daft thing. Come on. Okay. Okay. And once that finishes going round and round and round the mulberry bush, let's see, commission. Okay. There we go. And away they go. Okay, and I've been promising Wild Weezer that I would start on his commissions. So let's do his next. Okay, Marrows. Okay, wait, that's Kelpies. No, wait, Naiad, Narrow, Muskies. Okay. I'm begging somebody to throw down for a commission because I'd like to eat tonight. Actually, I'm hoping that I get enough. Okay, let's see. No, that's not it either. No, that's the brownie. Okay, guys. Okay, Wild. Okay, let's see here if I get to. Okay. Oh. Okay, here we go. No, no, that's not it. Okay, Wild Wired Weasel. I've got several emails by you, but okay, could you resend the description of your last commission description, please? One of my emails is going walkabout again. I know I received it from you, and I know I got it there. But I'm looking for your homunculi, and I'm not finding it. If you could resend that information for me, the description of your commission, Wild. Uh, that's that's happened to me several times. I just don't know. I've been trying I filed everything. Oh, just a moment. It was the pizza guy. Somebody sent me a pizza. Thank you. The food just arrived. Okay, Wild. Could you resend a copy of the description of your latest commission? I'm looking through my files, and I've got the sea serpent ones, the most recent ones I got. And I know that I filed it. Well, anyway, would you send if you'd resend the description? Oh, I'm kind of distracted. I smell mozzarella. Oh, ooh. It says, ow, 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 ow. Got this ringing in my ear. I thought it was my headphones. Ow. I shall now commence to chew loudly and noisily in your ears. Thank you. All right. Just got a comment on Chapter 5 of the Warcrafter. She says, Zane Silverman says, I especially love this little exchange. Now this is from the story. So now he's encouraging people to arm themselves, Arms Master said in obvious disapproval. Just what this city needs, a bunch of frightened women running around with firearms. There was a loud chick-chack. Miss Militia's infinite weapon had changed from a butterfly knife to a pump-action shotgun. Gun control, she said sourly, is the proposition that a 98-pound woman should have to fight off a 200-pound rapist with her bare hands. I wondered when somebody was going to pick up on that, if ever. But the payoff is good, you know what I'm saying? Okay, let's see here. Homunculi. They look pretty much like humans, 12 toes and fingers. Big eyes, broad nose. Big eyes, broad nose, slightly too long neck, abnormally thin midsection. You realize this is a description of the goon from Popeye. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see here. Popeye, goon. Okay, let me switch this. Okay, this is. Let's see here. Let's see. The goon. Alice the goon from Popeye. That's talking old school. That's all the way back to Thimble Theater. Back almost 100 years. Jeez. You can see where I'm going. The description sort of starts out, sort of matches it. Broad shoulders, big nose, skinny middle.
And with six fingers and 6 toes on each hand, they're going to be big hands and feet. Okay, at the bottom of the, you can see where I was going with the description there. That's okay. The picture. That's a picture of the head. I'm looking for, let's see, ears. Ears. You got a picture of the head, and for some reason you have a picture of an octopus next to it. Masters of Camouflage, the octopus. Let's see what we got here. I'm basically you're trying to make uh, ah. So the fourth type has a camouflage skin, octopus skin. I'm thunking. I'm thunking. I'm thinking. I thanked. I thunked. Try to move my leg here. There we go. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah. Slightly too long for the body. There's some very interesting history about the history of the homunculi. If you look them up, there were several alchemists in royal households in England and Europe. One in particular claimed to have created homunculi, but they were small. The homunculi in question were small, no more than a foot tall. People claim to see them moving around in the jars they were contained in. Let's see. Tall. Very wide nose. Large eyes. Too long neck. Wow, that looks terrible. That definitely needs work. That's the thing of it. Most people, you get a lot of people that assume, how they design the, they talk about how they redesign the human body to be more efficient. Thing of it is that any close examination will reveal that the changes they make would make the human body less efficient rather than more. These supposed these quote unquote evolutionary biologists, everybody from so-called evolutionary biologists to engineers has contributed their opinion on the design of the human body, and without fail they've recommended changes. Not they recommended alterations that would have been, shall we say, counterproductive. Drop the cap. Of course, they don't realize that until after they try and make a change. Or rather, science marches on, and they figure out, whoops, whoa, we needed that appendix after all. Seriously, every so-called vestigial organ that they've described in human beings, the appendix, the tonsils, everything else, it turns out, surprise, they're necessary, and the body functions less efficiently without them. They didn't know for decades that the tonsils, it got to the point people they removed tonsils for tonsillitis, but they were out there just yanking them out as a matter of course. You know, you know, and kids that hit a certain age and they'd go in to have their tonsils removed. And surprise, surprise, it turns out that the tonsils are a part of the immune system. Surprise! Same story for the appendix. They found out very recently that the appendix, which is supposedly a vestigial organ, serves at least a couple of different purposes and functions. If I remember correctly, among other things, it acts as a catch-all for indigestible bits and bobs like fingernails and things. Second of all, I can't remember. Well, I'd have to look it up fully on it. And I'm not going to go on a web hunt. Not for an appendix. Uh, Now, beg your pardon. I'm just saying that even at when you approach something like that, like the idea of redesigning the body to be more efficient or more effective or whatever, first of all, you have to define what you mean by efficient. What's efficient for a freezer isn't efficient for a toaster oven. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the things about Blade Runner. Now I know the point of Blade Runner was not scientific rigor, but it was a philosophical thing. But I can't think of anything more ridiculously inefficient than to go to such incredible lengths to make artificial people and animals, like they did in this movie. And it was a monstrous waste of resources. These people, these synthetics, these robots, whatever you want to call them, their purpose was to be grunt labor and soldiers, and I'm sorry, if you're building us, if you got if you've got like an X-wing fighter, it would be a lot more efficient to let the droids fly it. You know what I'm saying? Putting a squishy human being into an X-wing fighter makes it less efficient, because you have to spend so much effort. You have to spend so much on life support and so much on protection for the body, for atmosphere, for for all these little these little things that the body needs, and that a human body needs, and to say nothing of the psychological and emotional needs of a pilot that at least thinks itself is human. They would have been better off with a laptop computer programmed with an artificial intelligence. But again, that wasn't the point of the story. It was to contemplate the idea that of mankind's responsibility for what he creates. And about the mortality of man and the nature of man. In those philosophical type issues, and but really, you're designing a life form that is supposed to be a servant race to you. You got to contemplate some serious questions. So, what do you really need out of a servant race? The problem with making a slave race that is, for instance, the problem with making a slave race that is absolutely mindlessly obedient to everything you say is that they are absolutely mindlessly obedient to your slave. Everything you say. Emphasis on mindless. Secondly, making a living organism. As you said, you described them as looking anemic, as if they were starved. That says to me that they don't have any fat reserves. One of the things that makes human beings so adaptable to so many different environments is that we have fat reserves. Which enables us to tolerate extended periods of privation and also extremes of temperature, particularly extreme cold temperatures, because it gives us calories to burn. And more importantly, it gives us calories for our brain to burn. I believe the estimation is that the human brain is the one that is most the brain is the most expensive calorie-wise. It burns oxygen and burns food calories at a prodigious rate in order to think. They say that And the idea of them having a short, skinny little digestive tract. One of the things that enables us to digest so many different types of food is the fact we have a rather elongated digestive tract. Without it, uh, many of the foods that we consume would be useless to us. A species that is, now a species that is incapable of digesting most foods, not what you call a cost-effective slave species, because again, just to be functionally intelligent requires a lot of calories. So you have to figure that the way you're describing these creatures, very little body fat, short digestive tract. And you said one of the approaches, the idea behind the digestive tract design was cheap and easily replaced. I'm going to assume that the rest of the homunculi internal organs were designed with that in mind to, you know, plug and play almost. I'm assuming. That means that the people who were designing it made certain assumptions. One, that these creatures were going to be designed to live on certain prefabricated food for sustenance provided by their masters. That there was always going to be a plentiful amount of this to keep them alive and functional. And second, that there was always going to be a ready supply of spare parts to replace whatever internal organs in these creatures wore out first. They're obviously, if they're a custom designed slave race, they come from a very opulent society. Because slavery is a very, it's a very cost inefficient way of doing things, regardless of what you're doing. there was a cartoon that came out. It was a cartoon tied in with a toy product line. It's called Exo Squad. It was set in the distant future. Humanity had the idea was is at the start of the series. They were engaging in peace negotiations with the Martians, and the Martians were actually artificial synthetic. They were artificial humanoids designed by humanity. They were originally a slave race of the human race, and they had been used in the project to colonize and terraform the planets, particularly Mars, and the alien the synthoids. I guess I can't remember what they were called, but I'm calling them synthoids because they rebelled and declared Mars their homeworld, and that was the start of the season because a new leader among the Martians was rising up, and he was going to go to war with humanity and wipe humanity out and enslave humanity. And Exo Squad, basically that humanity, to start off with, these synthetic humanoids were about twice as tall as a normal human. They were basically Goliath to every human being's David. They were huge. They were blue-skinned. They were bald. And they had 2 thumbs on each hand. One on each side. Instead of a pinky, they had a second thumb. And I remember that some egghead somewhere had said that would be a more efficient design for a hand, for a manipulating hand. Go figure. And the running thing is that these aliens, they had male and female synthoids, but they did not reproduce in the typical fashion. They grew every generation in vats. And every generation they were tinkering around and quote-unquote improving each batch. Anyway, they created a second generation of Mark 2.0 of the synthoids, who were smaller, closer to human size, but they had gigantic brains, and were super ridiculously intelligent. And then they came to the third version 3.0, that came out nearly at the end of the season, at the end of the series. That they were even bigger than the big blue ones, and they had natural body armor. They had claws and talons, and they were war machines basically. They even had wings and were capable of flight, insect wings that folded up under a carapace. Well. Anyway, of course, the series ends with humanity finally winning the war, and the synthoids are given a choice. There will be one more generation of synthoids manufactured in the vats, and this generation will be capable of normal sexual reproduction. It's either that or their species goes extinct. Anyway, I have completely lost my train of thought, and I have no idea where I was going with this. I'm serious. I've completely forgotten where I was going with this. But your homunculi have a lot of parallels in that. Uh, Whoever designed them, obviously, low body fat, a rudimentary digestive tract that would require specialized food. Um, you're saying they're low intelligence, which is kind of dumb because you don't want stupid servants. Pardon me. I'm just saying. This is just. I'm not dissing you for your creature creation, but yeah, a slaver race, a race of beings that would go to all the trouble of creating a race of slaves. Yeah, creating slaves is dumb anyway. So you figure, yeah, this was kind of a dumb thing that they would do. You got to assume that the people that designed them assumed there was going to be this huge infrastructure always there to maintain and manage the upkeep of these creatures. So you know, and I'm assuming that the homunculi are supposed to be emancipated. So that might they might be sort of in the lurch now, not having no longer the bosses are no longer going to be feeding them or taking care of their upkeep. Oh, no nose bump. Okay, right. The picture was only a side view. Are they supposed to have sort of floppy triangular ears like this? The shape of the human ear. All crinkly and complicated. It does serve a purpose. Those all those those shapes funnel the sound into the ear. Making the ear surprise more efficient that way. But I could if this precursor race is making a slave race and they're trying to cut corners, I'm picturing like big round shell, basically just really crude shell shaped ears. You think that animal ears are simpler shape. Look at your dog's ear. You'll see that they have those weird folds and funnels on the inside, just like human ears. Well, not exactly like human ears, but similar to human ears. Did you hear me on there? Or was I talking to an empty room, to an empty microphone? Um, Now there's a dude that can stare. Yeah, I accidentally had my microphone turned off. Well, I just wasted a really funny riff on a dead microphone. Bummer. They're making a semi live action version of Battle Angel Alita. They're using CGI to give her great big anime eyes. Man, is it disturbing looking. In real life, anime eyes are freaky. On the Avali, what are the Avali? Lord Firebeard, what are the Avali? He can stare into your soul. I haven't seen the new Star Trek. I have not seen the new Star Trek. And I have no idea what the Avali are. Oh, an ammonia biology? Okay, you lost me already. You lost me almost instantly. Yes, I'm looking at the images right now. Okay, okay. First off, says here they got an ammonia biology. I want to slap somebody now. I want to hurt somebody. Look, the speculation of an ammonia biology has some really horrific, huge holes in it. Okay, the idea is that ammonia is supposedly very, 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 just very chemically similar to water in many regards. The problem is that ammonia it has too low an evaporation point. Its freezing point and its evaporation point are too close together. Any type of biology that any type of life form that had ammonia based biology. We're talking like space starfish here. Something so bizarre and weird you wouldn't even find it in a deep sea aquarium. You know what I'm saying? These little bird raptor critters, they're cute. They're cute. But they, this the
But no, it's no, no, no. Making them an ammonia-based life form. Okay, that's what you call a step too far. Okay, it's an unnecessary complication that's going to be off-putting to anybody with a basic understanding of biology. Too speculative. They are too similar. The design. You look at them. Their physiological design is too similar to what you'd expect to find on an Earth-type planet for them to be running around with a metabolism like that, one that runs on ammonia. No. No, 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 no. Where'd it go? Where'd it? Darn it. Okay. Here, let me pull up the picture again. Let me change it over so you can see it again. No, that's not it. Window capture. Here we go. The Avali. No, that's not it. They're cute. I'll give them that. They're very cute. Uh, but no. The instant they said ammonia-based life form, no, they're not alien enough to be an ammonia-based life form.
So just I have a different set of suspension of disbelief. You know, uh, an ammonia-based life form would supposedly, among other things, be more adaptable to extremely cold climates. But even with as little as I know, even with as little as I know about biology, no, the idea of a carbon-based life form that uses ammonia for fluid, I'm sure it's feasible. There's probably something like that crawling down around in the bottom of the ocean right now. But it's not going to look like little cute lizard bird people. A silicon-based life form. Have you ever read the book Trapped on Prism? I believe it's either Trapped on Prism. It's by Alan Dean Foster. The title is something like Trapped on Prism, or Exiled on Prism, or Stranded on Prism. Well, anyway, it's Prism is supposed to be a world that is literally all silicon life forms. And the protagonist of the story makes an encounter with the hive species that makes up the intelligent life forms on the planet, and I enjoyed reading it. But some of the more blatant examples of didn't do the research stick out like a sore thumb. Well, first off, the protagonist gets attacked by a creature that literally nearly tears him in half, and it literally rips out all the muscles in his, right down to the internal organs of his stomach and abdomen, from the groin all the way up to his rib cage, and he's dying. And the aliens he's befriended, these silicon life forms, they surgically modify themselves and each other on a routine basis. For them, it's as natural as a part of their life cycle or their biology to alter it. And they are incredibly gifted at. They are capable of doing the same with even with carbon life forms like their new friend, and they save his life, but they literally have to replace everything from his collarbone down to just above his crotch with a plastic panel.
with a well, for lack of a better term, not a plastic panel, but a transparent, flexible silicon panel. And they've had to modify several of his internal organs and everything, but he's alive. And the problem is that he's up and around and walking around, stretching and touching his toes and everything, making sure everything's okay. And I had to stop there and go, okay, wait, he just lost all the muscle groups in the front half of his torso. And considering they were replaced with a big plastic panel, he should not be able to walk around. He should not be able to breathe because, no rib cage to expand and compress his lungs. And, just... But I'm like, dude, basic grades, basic high school anatomy. Study it. And it's, it didn't quite think he didn't quite think it all the way through. If you know what I'm saying. I remember reading one. Oh man, this was awful. It was a sci-fi. It was a space opera sci-fi novel off the paperback rack at the library. I can't even remember the name of it. Some of the stuff was eye-rollingly corny. Just stupid things like the fact that all robots had to obey commands by any life form. Any life form. Regardless. And nobody seems to think of... Nobody in the story thinks of giving them their robots the command, only obey me. Nobody thinks of that. And... but the real kicker in the head was... they were describing how their spaceships were flying through space, and they had to avoid several areas of space because even in those areas of space there isn't even any space dust, and so there's nothing for the rockets to push against. Somewhere there is an author who wrote this book, and this author had a childhood, and in this childhood, this author had a grade school science teacher who is silently weeping in the hereafter at what this guy wrote. You heard me. One of the earliest, one of the scenes is they had a. This was funny though. The heroic good guys versus the villainous bad guys. They're about to have a huge space battle, and they're out in space, and they suddenly realize they have no way to tell each other apart. It hadn't occurred to anybody that for the first space battle they might need some sort of identifying mark, because everybody has the same sort of spaceships, or there's so many different kinds that they might as well be the same kind. But and
and it occurs that they have no way to identify one another. They have no way to tell the good guys from the bad guys, and even the radios are on the same frequency, and 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 the commanders yelling, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hold your fire!" And people are yelling, "Oh yeah, you dirty rebels would say something like that," and they start insulting each other over the radio. Oh, just yelling insults back and forth. And one of the generals looks at the other and says, "What do you think? We just tally up, and whoever gets the most insults in wins." They did not quite think things through when he wrote that. I get the feeling this author was cranking this thing out as fast as he could. Man, I mean, bad, bad, bad movie physics, bad sci-fi physics. Not even subtle about it. Anyway, by the second battle, someone had invented transponders, or whatever you want to call them. That's what you call them, right? Radio broadcast to let people know who you are. Pardon. Okay. Having to reboot the page again. Clunky. Oh my. Bad writing, Lord Firebeard. Bad writing. That's how they got there. Yeah. Oh, my. Speaking of writing bad fiction, I'm trying to work on the next chapter of The Rise of Darth Vulcan, try and get it out. I think I'll take tomorrow and work on just getting chapters done for all the fan fictions I've got piled up. Uh, it bugs me, I don't know. Maybe I'm just too overeducated to enjoy some things. I don't know, but it bugs me when there are certain things that get wrong. Uh, some things I don't mind. Some things I don't mind.
Some things I can overlook, some things I don't even notice. But I don't know. I've always, there's certain particulars that just jump out and bite me in the face. Uh, when uh, well, J.K. Rowling, Harry Potter. Um, I loved the books. I mean, I have paperbacks of the first three or four and hardback copies of the last two or three. They're sitting over there on my shelf, collecting dust. I'll probably pull them down and read them again sometime soon, just to refresh my memory. Uh, but the two things that Rowling drives me nuts with, Rowling really drove me nuts with, bad economics and bad sports. And both of them track back to the fact that she's monstrously lazy with math. I'm sorry. This is really the only thing she's put out, and she's. But for instance, I pointed out in the book the exchange rate given for galleons. They have gold coin. Yeah, they have gold galleons, silver sickles, brass nuts. I wonder if that's a joke on the nuts of a brass monkey. I don't know. But the thing of it is that she gives the exchange rate as 5 British pounds for a gold galleon. Okay. Now, first assumption I'm going to make is that the goblins in J.K. Rowling's universe would never, ever touch fiat currency. They wouldn't dare. Why? For a very simple reason. Because it's established from book one that gold is gold and precious metals. They say money, but that's what they mean. You can't use magic to make money. Rubbish. You could crank out fake paper bills all day long with magic, just the way they do it. But what they mean by that is that you can't use a magic wand to create gold. That's the reason that the Sorcerer's Stone was so important, aka the Philosopher's Stone. And so, the fact that any wizard could make fake coins by the ton means that no goblin bank would use anything except real gold and real silver for their money. All right? We've established that. Those galleons are real solid gold. And according to J.K. Rowling, yes, they are. Just in case the common sense didn't get past it. The kicker is that there's no way they'd use fiat currency. There's no way they'd denature their gold, cut it down with other metals. Because you don't mess with the money, no. Because it would only be shooting themselves in the foot. But at that time, in the 1980s, the price of gold was something like several £100 an ounce. Several $100, rather, if that helps make it clearer to you. The goblins in Rowling's story are robbing themselves. Because anybody can come in, give them 5 British pound notes, and get an ounce of gold that's worth literally 10 times that amount. Worse, she has them tie the value of a gold galleon to a brass nut. You know, so many silver sickles per galleon, so many brass nuts per sickle. Brass is, no, I'm sorry, not brass, bronze. Bronze. Bronze is just copper and tin, both of which are dirt cheap metals, comparatively speaking. Paying somebody a fistful of bronze nuts for a single gold galleon is highway robbery, because the galleon is worth more. Yeah, but never anywhere. She never backs down on it. She never corrected it. She just let it roll over, you know. And with a system like that, the first time a Muggleborn came into the wizarding world, they should have stripped. You know, that Muggleborn should have been able to strip the wizarding world of every ounce of gold it had. The other thing that gets is you look at Quidditch. Let's be honest. She wanted Harry to have an important part in the game, but the problem is he's not playing the same game. Barely anything he does matters. All he does is stop the clock, and he makes a ridiculous amount of points for doing it. This is the sort of role you give to the rich, the rich nobleman's son who won't go away and leave the peasant kids alone. Okay, you stand over here and catch the snitch. I caught it. How much did I make? You made 500 points. Yay. Saying she didn't think shit out. Of course she didn't. She's got a bad habit of doing things now without thinking them out, too. Signing off on the Forsaken Child, that horrible play. And, trying to cover up her bungle. But, yes, Hermione could have been black. No. You wrote about her having a pale face. Try again. She can afford to make mistakes. She's rich enough to buy Buckingham Palace. So what are you going to say? Most people
For them, for most people, the thing that sinks a story for them is a character behaving a certain way. A one true pairing breaking up, or well, what have you. They go more for the social issues, for the emotional issues rather. For me, it's more often the concrete little numbers, the the math mistakes, the geography errors, the well, things like that. I probably pulled more than a few boners myself, or I can't help but wonder what they are. But let me ask you this: my writings, my comics, my stories, my fan fictions, all my stuff. Have you seen anything where I've blundered big time? What would you say has been my mistake with a particular story? No, you got one. Is there anything in there that, in one of my fan fictions or one of my books just makes you roll your eyes? My artwork, my comics, doesn't matter what. I've made more than a few grammatical errors. I know that, and spelling mistakes and things like that. I'm not talking about that. Now, I will say this: I think one of the biggest blunders I made was the probability bomb. It's it's just not taking form. It's too many things all at once. I tried to cross a sci-fi story with a fantasy, space opera story with a fantasy story with a message story, and it's hurting it badly. So I will own up to that one. it's a dog's breakfast, and I've pretty much decided that what I'm going to do is that I'm going to start packing pennies away until I can reimburse everybody who made a donation. It'll probably take me the rest of my life, but I'll do it because the end product that's coming out is just a disaster. The biggest one is well, make it what you will. Um, I had hoped that after I started on the probability bomb that I would be pulling myself out of the strata I'm stuck in, but the exact opposite has happened. So well, let me put it this way: I'm probably going to I'm going to try and write it, and I'm also going to try and set aside money to reimburse everybody. I'm going to see which one I get done first. First of all, I need to finish writing it. I need to finish drawing it. I need to finish coloring it. I need to finish. Then I need to finish the. Then I need to do the gallery of characters. Then I need to take it to the publisher and print out enough copies for everyone. Uh, and sign, sign and ship and everything else. Uh, I underestimated the cost. I grossly underestimated how much it would cost, and and how quickly uh, the money would fizzle away. I estimated it would take me a year to do. That year came and went, and the project is only half done at best. The comic itself is half done, and it looks worse the more I look at it. I might be able to finish it, but I won't be able to get it printed or published or shipped out to everybody that contributed. I didn't measure the cost properly. Well, not much I can say about how you were disappointed by the Rat King. It is a bit of folklore. It does happen actually. Rats will get their tails knotted together. They'll get injured. They'll get an injury and or well they'll get stuck together basically. And you'll find I think they found one that was like had dozens of rats in it. In real life. It's just really nasty. And the folklore is in real life. The folklore is that the Rat King, well, it's the ruler of the other rats. The other rats, and the other rats will. They have been known. They will if they find a Rat King. Rats that are uh, crippled like that. Their tails have knotted and grown together due to an injury or a sore or something. The other rats will take care of it, take care of them, feed them. So you can see where the legend grew. You're kidding me. You used it as a monster against your Dungeons and Dragons group? Well, yeah, it's you can kill it by you can kill it by stomping on it if you don't mind risking your toes. But the trick is getting close enough to do that. You don't tell me, Wild. Uh, okay, now I'm impressed. I'm going to have to tell that story to other people now. The action economy. You'll have to explain that one. It isn't the problem, it's the action economy. Wild Weasel was saying that he used the Rat King as a monster in Dungeons and Dragons sessions with his campaign. Ah, sort of the inverse of the old bag of rats trick. I think it's more the fact that the Rat King can spew out thousands of shadowy duplicates of itself that can attack. Yeah, that'd sort of wreck your day right there. So what about the Rat King gave your players the most trouble? So basically, you're saying the enemy team, the more turns the enemy team gets than you, the more likely are they to win. Well, obviously, uh, having two people who can attack one time is better than having one person who can attack twice. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, one of the things I learned playing online games, if you get mobbed, you gotta take them out fast. You gotta take out as many of the opposing team's uh, players as fast as you can. I've lost count of the number of times I'll be attacked by my player will be attacked by like four or five characters or NPCs or monsters or whatever, and I'll be wailing away left and right, and I've done thousands and thousands of points in damage, but they'll all still have 1 point left when they kill me. It's better off to kill off the small ones first. Bum, 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 so they all get fewer attacks. Oh man. Oh, very interesting. Wild. If you've still got the notes from that game. On the Rat King you design, all the hit points and everything, the stats and everything. Post it to the forums. Along with tell everybody about this, and post a copy of the stats for a Rat King monster to the to the forums. Wow, 5 years ago, man. Wow, I feel old. I can't believe it's been that long. It's been that long since I wrote the Rat King's arc. Wow. We're old farts, man. Dude, we're old farts. And stinky ones. It's tragedy. Gloom, despair, and agony on me. Deepest dark depression, excessive misery. Ah. If it weren't for bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. Whoa. Gloom, despair, and agony on me. Oh yeah, the thousands of little enemies. Ugh, I hate that. You'll be battling one big guy, and then a dozen of these little crumb crushers will come running up. Little dungeon critters that have been roaming around, but your area effect ticks them off and aggroes them, and all of a sudden you got all these little rats and junk snapping at your ankles. Well, I'd say that you can apply some of the laws of economy to Dungeons and Dragons, but I don't think that Dungeons and Dragons has even a passing acquaintance with actual economics. I mean, the fixed prices on basic equipment. The standard, the player's handbook that has that list of equipment and gear you can buy and how much it all costs, and it was apparently written by somebody drunk off their ass. Because it makes no flippin' sense. I had one character that took the equipment off that starting players list and built a Zeppelin out of it. It was that kind of campaign. Seriously. The game was called Joyous Roguery. The campaign, that is, and the concept is that all of us were thieves. We all, regardless of what other, we all had to be some alignment of neutral or chaotic, and we all got the basic thieves skills package as a given. And I was the only one, I think, that played a straight-up rogue. I played a gnomish rogue called Honest McGillicuddy. And, oh my. Let's just say that stealth died an early death in that game. We could, I swear, the dungeon master, God bless him, he was trying to run a rogue campaign, a campaign about rogues and thieves and
sneak thieves, but he couldn't seem to resist the impulse. No matter how carefully we rolled or planned or plotted or sneaked, no matter how high our stealth skills were, he would drop some sort of gigantic monster, monster of the week out of the rafters on us. And our stealthy invasion of this mansion or that castle uh, turned into something that literally everybody within a mile radius knew was happening. Uh, it was hilarious, but man, the strangeness we got up to with that game. Oh my! Uh, my character, I originally wrote Honest McGillicuddy. I was going to play, this cheery, friendly, affable, you know, uh, devil may care sort of character. Uh, After two missions, he was a complete psycho. No, I mean, I don't mean psychopathic. I mean, he was uh, just exasperated to the point of violence with everyone around him. Because that party couldn't pull off stealth to save its life. Uh, and, and the dungeon master, I don't know, he let us get away with all sorts of crap, but at the same time, he'd do things like he'd have us battle our way through a temple to steal the idol off a pagan, steal the jewel off a pagan idol's nose, and surprise, the statue is plaster and the jewel is junk. It's junk jewelry. And no matter what we try to do to try and hit a rich mark, if we tried, what a surprise! He wasn't carrying the crown jewels; he was carrying a bug collection. Oh, we're sorry. He's yeah, he's a banker, but he's broke at the moment, and so on and so forth. But man, and just I collected and saved hundreds of quotes from we played it online in a chat room, and I saved thousands of quotes. I still pee myself laughing reading some of them. We had one guy. His character was Matthias, and Matthias was a dwarf, the dwarfiest dwarf who ever dwarfed. He was also a member of the city guard. So we had our own crooked cop on the team. And whenever he and my character got together, we'd start riffing on each other, and I mean, wet your seat funny. The things we'd get up to. Oh my. And let's just say the setting was a city called Jarlsheim.
Jarlsheim, and it was as weird as we were, if not weirder. Among other things, they had a local temple to Al Keyhole, the god of alcoholism. And they didn't use holy water; they used holy beer. And the priests were always smashed off their gourds, you know. Of course, we got one to bless our tavern. Giant Christmas dire pigeon. Yeah, that was the setting. Pretty much everything in the Goblin Hollow the Goblin Hollow story arc with the Dungeons and Dragons. Most of that was stolen from the Joyous Roguery archives. Some of our funnier sessions. One, we had to steal the. Yes, I'm not kidding here. We had to steal the Scarlet Emerald from an evil temple, and we wound up battling Grigner. If you know that reference, congratulations. Another time we were hired by a horrible little juvenile delinquent. What it was is that he was going to get a lot of expensive presents of stuff he hated, and so he hired us to steal all the Christmas presents in his house, so that his parents would have to go out and buy him all new stuff that he wanted. And one of our guys was like, every time I start feeling bad about being a thief, I meet one of these people. And we went in there, and doggone, if we didn't end up battling a giant pigeon. That was one of the features of Jarlsheim. Somebody had been mucking around and had created dire pigeons. Be sure and wear a hat when visiting. And anyway, two of our most of our team ended up on the roof and off the roof and on the roof and back off the roof again, on the roof and back down off the roof, battling this dire pigeon. Meanwhile, one of our members managed to get down the chimney inside the mansion, and he goes and he finds milk and cookies. He's a thief. What does he care? He eats, yum yum yum. He eats it up, and he reads the note and he says, "Dear Santa, ha ha, got you this time. I drugged the cookies and milk, so when I get up this morning, I can get all the prezzies. Love, Susie." And he's like, "Crap!" And our dungeon master's like, "Roll for it, roll for stamina," and he failed, passed out, boom, right into the cookies. Oh my! I could go on for hours on that one. And it got weirder and weirder the longer we played, because we'd get new members. Old members would drop away, but we'd get some new members, and we'd keep going. And the characters got funnier and funnier. At one point, we had a priestess of weird science. Basically speaking, she was Agatha from Girl Genius without the self restraint. And we put her behind the bar, and then she's mixing up and she mixed up she called it a gargle blaster, and the one of our players said, one of our players was playing a dwarf. He said, "Oh, is it like being coshed back in the back of the head with a gold brick wrapped in a lemon?" She said, "No, it's like being hit in the face with a dwarven mallet to the sounds of till she's coming round the mountain till she comes. Want one?" Oh my! Well, I better stop, or I'll spend another couple hours just talking about it. That show, that campaign. Those were the days, my friend. Okay, it is. It has been 5 hours. It is 8 at night. I'm going to go ahead and call it night. I'm going to uh, do me am think long. I has the dumb. I think tomorrow, do the next episode tomorrow. We'll pick up where I left off with the drawing of the homunculus goon man. So I'll catch you all tomorrow. Thank you very much for the pizza. I was hungry. I'm feeling much better now. My farts could probably kill small animals, but I'm feeling much better. Okay, I'll see you all tomorrow. You all take care of yourselves, and you have yourselves a good night, alright? This has been another broadcast of Spleen Squeezings.